Hi, welcome to the February 16th, 2021 Club Cubase Google Hangout. I'm going to do a quick audio test on my end, make sure everything is transmitting fine. Bear with me just for a moment. Okay, sounds like everything is going through just fine. All right, so my name is Greg Undo. I'll be the host for the Club Cubase live stream today. If you have not attended a Club Cubase live stream before, how it works is you could ask questions. You could type them in the chat field, or you could send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. We will try to go through as many questions as we possibly can in our in the time. We'll try to go for about 4 hours today. So if you want to ask your questions, the ability for people to ask questions will far exceed my ability to answer them in a real time manner. So I will try to go through them chronologically and get through as many questions as we can in a complete and succinct manner. So if we could try to, if you type your question and you don't get an immediate response, typing the question repeatedly over and over again will only kind of slow things down. We have to kind of weed through all the questions that are being asked. So if we could try to avoid doing that, that would be helpful. At times, we also run into situations where when you're asking a question, if you could tell which version of Cubase and potentially which operating system that you're using, that would be helpful. So if we could try to do that as well. So this hangout will be available to watch afterwards. So if you're watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. Again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America as a product specialist for Steinberg products. So I'll be the host. I'm presenting from Alexandria, Virginia, inside of just outside of Washington, D.C. area. So we'll go ahead and let people get logged in and we'll get started in just a few moments. But let's go ahead and take a quick look and see who is all on the Hangout. So I think we're seeing some familiar faces, but let's go ahead and check to see who's on. We'll get as people are getting logged in. Okay, so we see Vinny Sabatino. All right, from Orlando, we have Robbie Bowling, who is probably won't be able to join us fully live because he's having power outages with the winter storm in Texas. Good luck with that, Robbie. Okay. Okay, so we're just seeing some questions. All right, so we have Rob from Tarpon Springs, Florida. Also, if this is your first hangout that you've attended, let us know that as well. We usually have some people that help out with questions in a more timely manner if I can't catch up. And we also have someone that usually, Agent K, who does some moderation for us when needed. All right, so we see Tim from Mission Viejo, Sir Robert from Atlanta. We have Denmark, Razel. I probably pronounced that wrong. Sorry. Okay. All right. So we have Stefan from Sweden, Finland, Northern Norway, from a cold and dark Northern Norway. Okay. All right. So we have Neurotic Nexus from Germany, John Costigan from Kenosha. All right, so we have Croatia, Greece, Milwaukee. We have Corfu Island. I liked watching the Durrells in Corfu, so I want to go to Corfu. All right, so we have Vancouver, Sweden. We have Ted from Sherman Oaks. We have Poland, Scotland, Racine, Berkshire, UK, Racine, Wisconsin. All right, so we have Los Angeles. Good to see Clarence J in the Hangout. I want to go to your studio and play the Washburn fretless bass you have, Jay, sometime. So, all right, so let's see. And like many of you, I have family that's my wife is working from home and my son is doing school from home. So I may have a couple of introductions. All right. So we see Gareth on a hangout from Spain, from Bilbao, I believe. All right. So we have India, France, Portugal. All right. So we have Pablo from Galicia, España. He likes it when I say it with Spanish accent. Good to see Johnny Diaz from Pittsburgh. Okay. All right, so we have Ian on his first hangout from Sao Paulo. All right, Seattle. All right, St. Louis. I saw Walter Blackledge from St. Louis. All right. Okay, we see Agent K's on the hangout. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so we have a question. A great question. Is there any way to free warp two tracks at the same time? I have recorded guitar from two mic sources. Would need to free warp them equally. So what a lot of people will do is just simply do a stereo guitar track, and that would allow you to kind of warp both sources simultaneously, and you could always kind of split it as needed. But let's say I'll show you another method if you've done a lot of editing on a particular guitar part. So let's say if I'm here in this guitar part, let's say this is mic 1, mic 2, and as we go to, let's come over here and just do a little bit of free warping on this selected. Let's say that as we listen to these, let's say their timing is off after doing editing. So let's say I just come here and have done different editing with this particular file. So when I come over here, let's say if I go into my free warp mode and I've now just taken like my different guitar parts here, and let's say if I just kind of have moved them like this, so when we start off, I could just say, okay, and we listen to these two different guitar parts. Now they're going to be off rhythmically. And if I wanted those to be aligned, what I would do is just simply take one of the tracks that you've, let's say, done the editing with and open up the alignment panel. And I would just choose to say, okay, this will be the bottom one that we've done the editing is the reference. And I want this file to be the target. Okay, and then I could just choose to, and if we look at this kind of visually, we can see that it's going to be off kind of rhythmically. Now I could just choose to align the audio, and as we listen to it now, so if I wanted to listen to it before we did the alignment, and then kind of, let's say, with the alignment. So I'll just hit the right modifier key. Sorry about that. So that's really kind of all that you have to do is select the one as the target that you've done the edits, and the other or as a reference, and use the other ones as targets and do your alignment like that. Okay, from Vinny Sabatino. Hello from Orlando. Not having luck with VST Connect. Can you walk us through the setup? Not the pro version. We connect, green lights, but I can't hear the audio from the host. So if you're not hearing the audio from the host, so if we're doing kind of a VST Connect scenario, I could come right over here. Let's just do create VST Connect. And what you're going to have to do is this will create the audio track. We could see kind of the other person on a webcam once you're connected to them. But if you can't get audio from the host, the audio is actually going to be routed through the control room to the musician that's from the host that's being recorded. So you may have to just, come over here and, and you'll see that as we do this, it's automatically going to create a cue mix for the VST Connect. So what we could do is you could even even go to the master channel and you'll see your cue sends. And now we could just take like the entire mix from your Cubase and send that out to the cue mix, which is routed to the VST Connect. So if you're not using kind of the control room to route the audio to the VST Connect, then the person that's recording will not hear the audio from the host. So you'll need to send it out of you can do it on a channel by channel basis and be able to send that directly to the musician and record their performance once their track is set to record enable. All right, question from Eric Ross. Greg, how do I change the time stretch algorithm used in Groove Agent SE? I'm not sure if it's changeable, but let's take a look. Okay, so I will just throw in something like a quick loop. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is just going to turn my phone volume down. Sorry about that. I'm going to, as we want to trigger this particular instrument, so we'll have our Groove Agent here. Let me make sure I have my MIDI communication. Okay, so if I now want to just stretch this sample to, to multiple files, let's say I'll just come here and I'll set the key range. So let's say C1 to C2. So now all right, so this will be doing kind of the time stretching. I'm not sure if it's configurable, but let's go ahead and see if when we select this. So there is different algorithms that you could switch once you go to Audio Warp. So if you wanted this to, let's say, to play back at different pitches, but so once you go to main, if you go to the sample here, you could, under the Audio Warp tab, so you could have this for solo or music based. And And if you wanted this to sync to tempo or sync to beats, we could just kind of come right over here. So now we could put this into musical mode. Instead of the pitch speeding up and slowing down, instead of it slowing down based upon, it's going to play back the original tempo, but at kind of different pitches. So as soon as I come here, and if I wanted to adjust my tempo up, now this would automatically. So once you have the actual sample set here, so there isn't like kind of, it doesn't look like there's like many different algorithms to choose from, but you can switch between not being in musical mode or solo, which may be more applicable for voices or music where you might have additional sources. Okay, question. How can I zoom in both horizontal and vertically to show all MIDI notes in a clip so they can quickly be edited? So let's come over here to, I'll just jump to another project here quickly. Okay, so let's say I have some MIDI information here, right? So, so if I wanted to, I think, we could just do like a Shift F, and we could zoom. But if you wanted to, let's say if we're in our main editor here, and I only wanted to zoom in these particular areas. So if you grab the zoom tool, we could zoom vertically or horizontally like that. But I think if we hold down Control or Command on Mac, that you could just zoom on your selection. So you could say, okay, I just want to see that. And then you could just zoom on the particular selection, and you could double click just to go back to the previous zoom state. So even here, so if you wanted to hit Shift F, that will zoom kind of vertically and horizontally, but just hold down using the zoom tool, just hold down the Control or Command, and then you could zoom vertically and horizontally just on whatever parts that you selected. So even if it's like I just want to, with my zoom tool here, hold down Control Command, then I could just zoom right in and then just double click with the zoom tool, and that will take you right back to where you were before. Hi, Greg. Is there a way to delete all plugins from a project with one easy keystroke? I don't mean disable, but actually delete them. So let me go ahead and try to. I think maybe I have some audio tracks here that I could work with. So I don't know of one off the top of my head. I know ways to delete them, but let's say if I have a number of different so let's say I have a number of different plugins here. Okay, so I know that if I put quick link on, okay, all right, so I'm going to save kind of a blank track as a default state. So let's say if I come here, Okay, so let's think. Okay, so it looks like if there's plugins, we could save it to a default state. One way to do this, let me just see if this, and this isn't like a one key solution, but you could, if you just drag like all of slot 1, slot 2, slot 3, I could remove one of the plugins and all the selected tracks. If Quick Link is enabled, we'll do that. But it doesn't, it looks like if there is plugins, you could save it as a default state. So I know that may not be like the best workflow, but if we wanted to do something like that, but I don't know of a way off the top of my head to, just to delete all of the plugins. You could bypass them. But let me just see if there's a way to even reset all the channels. So I don't know of a way to, have one bounce button. If you're in kind of the full screen mixer, you obviously could come over here and hold down the Alt or Option key just to bypass all the inserts. But to remove them, you may have to do it kind of one slot at a time. But I could play around with a little bit more afterwards and see if, because I don't think you could do it with Project Logical Editor to remove plugins, but I'll take a quick look just to see. Okay, so I will. Yeah, so I think we could remove an effect track, but maybe not the actual inserts themselves. But I could play around and see if there's any other tricks that I can maybe come up with. All right. So we see while Robbie is going through a severe winter storm in Dallas, it's 70 degrees in Las Vegas from CJ. All right. All right, so question. Hey, Greg, whenever I have multiple takes lanes stacked up and want to mute the whole stack, it mutes the top one and moves the other takes to the top. Is there a workaround to keep that from happening? Okay, so let's take a look at, I may have, all right, so let's say I have a comp that's done here. So I will just kind of grab my hand tool and we could comp. So let's say this is our comp and you want to mute a particular range. So it says, so when I have multiple take lanes stacked up and I want to mute the whole stack, it mutes the top one and moves the other takes to the top. Is there a workaround to keep that from happening? So I think if you just mute on the track itself, that will mute everything. So instead of muting the event here, well, it looks like that works as well. Let me just activate the project, make sure. Okay, so let's say I have my comped parts here. So let's say this is my comp. All right. And then just clicking on with the mute tool. Looks like that mutes it in the top directly there so that nothing is playing. So let's go ahead and just test it. So it's muted there. Excuse me. Muted again. So as soon as I mute the event, then that becomes muted, just like that. So let me know if you're doing something differently than I am, but it seems like just using the mute tool as opposed to kind of like maybe, I'm not sure if you're doing it with the comp tool to mute different parts or if you're just muting with the mute tool itself. And I think, let me just make sure that if I come here with one of the modifier keys, so if I was to kind of start this whole process over, let's say with no mutes, and I'll just do kind of my comp, right? And then so if I, select another part, it will, move that to the top, but just grabbing the mute tool here, you can mute and then it becomes muted. The event here becomes muted that was selected and becomes muted at the top, or you could just simply mute the region from the top as well. So let me know if I'm doing something differently than you. Okay. So question, can you please show the benefits of using direct routing as opposed to send effects and vice versa? All right, so if we have a number of different tracks, I'll just kind of pop over here to this project. So direct routing will allow you to, easily kind of create like different summing scenarios, so, and we have sometimes, like when Cubase was prior to, I think it was 9.5 or 10, where we had, 8 insert slots, people complained that they needed, 16 inserts, and we have 8 sends, but, and people can use the sends to go to effects or to groups. But we also have a function called direct routing. So if I'm here, I will go to the full screen mixer and go to the racks. And as we click on our rack settings here, we could just choose direct routing. And let's say if I have all of my drums, so I'll just look at all my drum tracks here, and what I want to do is to add like 2 group tracks. So we'll make them stereo. So we added our groups, and what we could do now is activate direct routing. So I'm going to select all of these particular tracks like so. Let's come over here, and I'm just going to activate my Q-Link, quick link. And you can do that by Alt-Option+Shift. And what I could do now is I'm just going to, instead of using my sends, where the sends may be set for doing, all of my effects, and I don't necessarily want to use it for my groups. So now I could come right over here and say these are all going to group 1 and to group 2. So and now I could, if just to the left of where it says racks, we could enable direct routing summing mode. So I could turn all of these on, and now this is being sent to two different sources. So this is going to group one, all my drums will go to group one and to group two. So they're not really necessarily doing varying amounts. So if I'm doing more parallel processing, I could take this group and let's just squash it in a compressor. So this is kind of like our group that we're using for, let's say, the transients, and I want more of the parallel processing. And what's kind of cool about this is I could also automate kind of the routing. So if I wanted, like, during the chorus for it to be parallel processing or not, I could do that and still use my sends for all of my effects. So if you're doing a really complex mix where maybe you're using your full 8 sends and you don't want to use your sends for just routing to different groups, your direct routing will allow you to send it to different groups without, using your effect sends for kind of other purposes. So it'll kind of get you to the same place, but if you need 8 sends, and you need, to send to multiple groups and your 16 inserts, this kind of opens up more possibilities and more capabilities. So that's kind of some of the advantages of doing direct routing. Okay, so a question. I recorded some guitar over Cubase's metronome using mic. So metronome is audible. Any way to remove the metronome from it? If I have the metronome's audio, some kind of masking or plugin. So you could often kind of do some stuff like that through spectral layers. So let me see if I could recreate that scenario. So I'll take just a little portion of this guitar part and I will just print the click track between the left and right locators. So let's say as I have this particular file, so say I'll just solo these two. All right, and I'll just take this audio click track and bring it down a little bit. And what I could do now is come over here and I'll just do a render in place to create kind of the click bleed through on a guitar track. So if you come here, we could just say, okay, I'll go to my render settings. We will mix down the two files. So I will take both the guitar, let me select both the guitar track and the click and go to the render in place. Okay, so I will just come over here, let's say to channel settings. And if I did this right, let's take a quick listen to it. All right, so one of the tools that you get with Cubase is Spectral Layers 1, but there's also a full Spectral Layers. So what you could do is kind of this type of kind of frequency based editing. So I'll go here to my audio and let's come to our extensions. I'm going to choose Spectral Layers here. All right. And let's go ahead and kind of just change our view here. We'll zoom in. So even with the spectral layers 1, so we could kind of see where the actual clicks are here. So we could see, okay, this little area here, this area here. And what we could do is just kind of come over here, and I could choose for this shape to be more elliptical, and we'll zoom in here. So I'll just kind of, all right, and I'm just going to hit the backspace key a number of times. Okay, so I will just kind of select that. So let's go back to, say, the beginning.
1, 2, 3.
So I will just solo this particular track. So now. So, you know, what you're able to do is just, again, just kind of select just those particular frequency ranges. And you may have to go through and sometimes find the harmonic overtones. But if we now, let's just rewind a little bit here, and you'll be able to kind of spot the pattern of them. So just hitting the backspace key. So, you know, you could just kind of go through here and be able to, you can see kind of the harmonics of it as well. But, you know, and the full version, you could actually do, you know, selection based on with the overtone series. So you could go through and do different stuff like that. So that would be a way to kind of be able to do spectral editing on your particular project. So to take out clicks. But obviously, if you could avoid it, you could save yourself some work. But, you know, if you get paid by the hour, it's a good thing. Okay. Okay, so we have a question from Rob from Tarpon Springs. What is the best bit rate to export MP3 files at, and what is the difference between interleaved and split channel exports? All right, so when we're going through and, you know, doing exporting, you know, generally the higher, you know, when we're doing an export audio mix down to MP3, you know, we want to probably have the highest rate. So when we come here, we'll say, okay, we're going to do MP, you know, MPEG 1 layer 3, and then, you know, so the best one, the best sounding one would be 320K, and that leaves more information, and that's really kind of like a standard MP3 delivery file format, 320K MP3. So other files, when you know, if you wanted them to be much smaller, you know, you could have a smaller size, but that affects the audio quality pretty significantly. So I would choose 320K because you could probably get a 5-minute song in an email quite easily to someone's phone. And when we see interleaved versus split channels, mono down mix, so an interleaved file is like a stereo file that is where you have the left and right channels in your particular. So we're like, this would be like, if these were the left and right channel, this would be a split, and an interleaved file would look, you know, where you have both the left and right channels. So you have left and right within the audio file. So it would basically just be, you know, the one audio file that contains the left and right files. And when we do split channels, this would basically look like this, where the left and right are going to be separated as distinct audio files. So if I wanted to come here, let's just say, so this is what interleaved looks like, which is probably what you want to do. So if you want someone to listen to your file, I would just do it as an interleaved, and that way they don't have to load two files and align them in an editor or playback device. But now I'll just say, I'm just going to take this selected track, and we could do just between the left and right locators. So this would be the same information left and right, but just split, whereas, so this is when the files, this is interleaved at the top, and these are the split channel. So I would choose 320K and interleaved, just to make it easier for the listener. All right, so we have PM from the Netherlands. Good to see you on a Hangout. All right, so we have a question. Does snap at zero crossing... All right, sorry, my chat field just jumped on me. Give me just a second. Okay, question. Does snap at zero crossing make using a fade in and fade out on a track obsolete? If not, what's it used for? So we have, one of the functions that's always good to have on is a snap to zero crossing. So when we look at a snap to zero crossing, if we zoom in on an audio waveform, and let's say if I make a cut like directly here, if I make a cut, and we see what with the zero crossing is where the amplitude is crossing over the center line in the channel. So I'll go ahead and make this just slightly larger so we could see this. So right now I have snap to zero crossing and enabled. So it's only going to allow me to cut where the audio waveform is at the zero crossing point. Because otherwise it may, if I made an edit, it may just automatically, create a little click or a pop. So if I turn this off, I can freely make a cut anywhere that I want. But as we go into this, as playback starts on this particular file, you may hear a little click at the beginning of the file. So what some people do to kind of mitigate that is just to kind of do a fade in where the click won't be so noticeable. But it's really kind of just a way of masking, what the true problem was, and that it was maybe it wasn't the best place for choosing the audio edit, and we could think that, between here and here, maybe, each of these lines is going to be, 1/48,000th of a sample at 48K. So it's pretty minimal, of where the waveform is going to cross at the zero crossing point. So now as we cut, it's only going to allow me to make a cut where it's going to be least likely to induce a pop or a click to the audio file on playback. So, and so I think making sure that while you don't, just making a cut, you don't necessarily want to put a crossfade at every single cut. So it doesn't replace a crossfade or a fade in, fade out. But it could, people often fix a bad edit not done at a zero crossing point by doing a fade in, fade out, and it could prevent you from doing that. But a lot of times you still may want to have particular, fades for musical reasons that, are timed accordingly. So. Okay, so, all right. So we see a question. Okay, so I'm just going to, let's say we'll snap this to grid. So we have a question. All right, I'm just going to turn on my snap here. Okay. Okay, Okay, so a question: how to shift an audio event by quarter note, left to right, and by triplets. All right, so if we have our audio event here, we could open up from the toolbar window here, and there's a nudge palette. And you could have different keyboard shortcuts, for your nudge palette. So I'll just come here. And these are what your nudge palette is. So if I wanted to, let me just see if I remember the keyboard shortcuts for this. So now that we have our event here, I could say I'm going to nudge based on the grid. So I'm going to enable J. And now what I could do is just come here, and I'm going to select just this event. And now I could nudge it just by the bar. And it's going to be set to the grid, and my grid is now set to bar. So if I wanted this to be quarter notes, I could say now we're going to nudge this event by the beat. And I'll just look up the keyboard shortcut. I may have changed it over time here, but I'll just say, okay, nudge left is command plus the left arrow. So I'm just going to do command left. So now I could move the event, command plus the right arrow, control or command plus left arrow, control command plus your right arrow. And if I wanted to do this to triplets, I could just say, let's use quantize. And I wanted my quantization value to be set to quarter note triplets. So now as I nudge, it's going to nudge it in quarter note triplets. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a 4/4 bar. So that would be our quarter note triplets per measure. So that's how you could kind of set that up. So again, just control or command plus the left or right arrow, and just be cognizant that you have your snap turned on, maybe to initially set it. And then if you want it to be bar, beat, or quantize value, and there's key commands that you could toggle back and forth between those as well. All right, so we see it's John Costigan's checking in from Kenosha, where it's snowing like mad. So, all right. So CJ wants everyone to hit the like button. All right. We have Ali from Iran. Good to see you on a hangout. Okay, so we have a question. How can we zoom horizontally in or out only with mouse wheel? So if you want to zoom horizontally, you could just kind of take the events and hold down the control or command key. And that's how you could zoom horizontally with the mouse wheel. So just using the mouse scroll wheel, hold down the left and right arrows, or I'm sorry, the control or command key. And then you could zoom horizontally just like that. And if you wanted to move within the timeline, we could just hold down the shift key, or, while just holding down control or command using the scroll wheel, you could just zoom that way horizontally. All right, so we see Jan from CubaseIndex.com. Great to see you, Jan. He's always incredibly helpful. If you haven't been to the CubaseIndex.com site, you could actually just, if you have a, if you go, wow, has this been covered in a hangout or a live stream that Greg has done? Then you could actually search for it in there, and it will pop up like the link to the hangout where that particular topic was covered. Okay, so a question in MIDI editor, full screen, transport panel is not there. Cannot see the transport panel. Thank you. So if you, let's say, I'll just add a quick MIDI track here. All right. And my Cubase didn't like that. So let's go ahead and we'll take a look at it here quickly. So you may be able to have kind of the typical, I'm not sure if there's any transport functions that are in there. So a lot of times when we're doing this, all right, and I'll just go to one other quick project here. Okay, so I'll now take this full screen. I mean, you could always hit F2 and that would kind of, bring the transport in. But, when you go to full screen, the intention is for it to be full screen. But let's see if there's, you could also just, if you go to the setup window in the upper right little settings cogwheel, you could now just have your transport palette here. It's transpose palette, sorry. So, try just hitting F2 and that could open up kind of like a floating transport window. So, the intention is you could do most of your MIDI editing here where this will be kind of, the transport will be permanently docked. But if you're in kind of a floating scenario, you could also just, have your window open to a particular size and see your transport. But if you're in full screen, just try hitting F2 and that will bring up kind of the floating transport as well. All right, so we have Soren from Sweden, whose girlfriend is testing the Pro Trial. So if she buys Cubase, you have to marry her. So good luck. I hope she likes it and hope to meet her on a hangout. All right, so we have Boris from Croatia checking in. Excuse me. All right. So, question: have you ever experienced noise from GPU through speakers, i.e., when moving mouse or playing game, annoying noise is audible on speaker? Any suggestions? What could cause it and how to fix it? So I haven't experienced it. I kind of often keep kind of the same computers for a long time, and I don't go for like a lot of fancy, video cards. So, but I see a lot of discussion of, like rolling back NVIDIA drivers or disabling the gaming functions. While running Cubase, that seems to work better for a lot of people. There are a lot of people here who do configurations. I haven't seen Jazz Dude, but he's a guy that does a lot of PC configurations and knows a lot about it. But I would try disabling any of the advanced or gaming features on your video card. All right, so see, nice message from Dan. Thanks for all the great information, Greg, from Las Vegas. All right, and we have Rashid from Senegal. Always wanted to go there. All right, and we have someone checking in from India. Okay, so we have LAJJ Zent or Lajaj Zent is his first time on a Hangout. Welcome. We hope to see you on more. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we have Darko. All right, we have Onilla from Belgium. All right. All right, we have Alessandro from Italy. All right, DB Music Productions from Detroit. Okay. We have Walter Blackledge from our St. Louis Club Cubase. Good to see you on a Hangout, Walter. Okay. Question. Hey, Greg. When using Serato Sample, I can't drag audio from Workspace directly into Serato, but I can in other DAWs. Do you know if there is a setting I can change to make that work? Thanks. Sometimes make sure, I don't have Serato to test, but I know sometimes some of that functionality can be like with drag and drop could be dependent upon if you're running the program as administrator, especially on Windows. So try when you run Cubase, if you're not, try to right click and choose to run as administrator and see if that makes a difference. Okay. See that Gareth is happy to see Pablo. All right. All right, so we see Ted Springman has a double bass in his studio. So I have one in mine. I have to get my bow rehaired, so I should do that soon. All right, so we see from SirN68, Greg, can we expect third-party plugins for Cubasis on Android like there is on iPhone? So there's a lot of, the kind of doing a DAW on Android is a bit newer than iOS, and there isn't, probably isn't as robust of a platform for plugins, but I don't think that there's, I'm sure that people and companies are working on it. So, all right, so we'll go ahead and move on. Oh, I got a new Android phone just a couple weeks ago, so I should get Cubasis on it and play with it some more. Check out the Android version. Okay, so we have a question. Would like to know how to offset samples from VSTs. So, so I'm not sure if it's the sample within a VST or a particular part. So if you have a part that is, and let's say if we have our master timeline set to samples, at this point, you could choose to, adjust the start or end position directly from the info line. So if the event, if it's a MIDI part or an audio part, you could adjust by samples here. If it's playing a sample inside of the instrument and you want it to offset when that sample is triggered, that could be dependent upon and maybe edit it within the actual plugin itself. But if you wanted to do it from the timeline, just right click and we could just choose our main time grid as samples, and then you could offset different tracks via samples there, whether it's MIDI or audio. All right, so we have Daniela Tokan from Germany, but I'm not a Cubase user. Welcome to our Hangout. If you have any questions, just let us know. All right, so we have Ken Chow from Taiwan. That's great. All right, so I see Daniela's a social case and it's too expensive. So, but if the full Cubase is too expensive, you can always get into Cubase Elements. So, Okay. Hi, Greg. My Cubase crashes every time I load an Acusonus plugin. I use the last version of Cubase 11, so I haven't worked with those particular plugins, but sometimes plugins will cause crashes in your DAW. So I'm not sure if you have been able maybe to reach out to them. If there is make sure that it is, obviously a 64-bit version if possible. So I'm not that familiar with their plugins, and if you have the choice of a VST2 versus a VST3, make sure that, you only install perhaps the VST3 version, and some of those things may help. Okay, so we have a question from Patrick the Pan. I got a question about syncing an external synthesizer, Behringer Monopoly, with Cubase. Precisely, I would like to know how to send tempo to any analog synth. So generally, you would just do this through, if you have an external synthesizer and maybe it's sequencing its own arpeggios or effects, different stuff like that, we can go to your transport menu. And then we'll go to the project synchronization setup. So we can go to your destinations, and at this point, you want to have your Behringer Monopoly set to be to listen for external clock or external sync. And what you want to do is to send MIDI clock destinations to the MIDI port, and I assume it's probably a USB port on the device, and then at this point you will say, okay, as it's connected to the MIDI out of my Nectar Panorama or the Behringer USB MIDI driver, whatever. So at that point we want to tell it to send MIDI clock, and we could activate kind of external sync. So what that's going to do, I think we need to activate external sync here. So let's just go. Wrong area, but so you'll see this, go to the settings cogwheel and go to activate external sync. And now when you hit play, it's going to send out MIDI clock to the device via the transport setup. So we'll get to our project synchronization where the MIDI clock is connected, and that should be all the information that your external piece needs to synchronize by MIDI clock with Cubase. All right, so we have Lewis from Richmond, Virginia, so a fellow Virginian. That's good. I used to always enjoy. We used to do pre-pandemic a lot of events at In Your Ear Studios with Carlos Chafin in Richmond. Wonderful resource for the Richmond community. Carlos and Andrea are wonderful people. So. Okay, so from Charles Gaskell, good to see you on a Hangout. Always want to have the same CC controller lanes displayed when I go into the MIDI editor. CC1, 11, 7, velocity. How can I set this up by default rather than adding each time? So I think that it's going to keep the same settings based upon what was last used in the project, Charles. But if you don't want to do it every time, so let's say I'm here, I'm just going to say, I want it to, so let's say, okay, I wanted to go to CC1. I wanted to add CC7 for volume, and let's say for expression, CC11. Okay, and I'm just going to make this, let's say, taller. And now as we kind of can zoom up here, okay, and Okay, so I have velocity, CC1, my modulation, my volume expression. I have this. So what I could do now is, if you see this little drop down icon here, we could now come right over here and add a preset. So at this point, we'll call it Gaskell. And I could just come right over here. So I will, let's say I just want to see velocity lane only. And now when I come here, I could just go directly to that particular preset. And let me just see if we organize it. And I think that that will stick when you go to, you know, the next time that we go to a project. So I'll just do a brand new project. Okay, so I'll just add an instrument track. So really all I had to do now is just click there, and depending on how high that you see it here, then you'll just be able to have that. And if you store that within a template, which a lot of composers do, that way it could automatically show up every single time, just like that. But, you know, if you haven't saved it as a preset, make sure you do that. All right, so we have a question. Greg, can you explain why I should use the control room feature? Okay, so the control room is going to do a lot of wonderful things for you. And some people get this question a lot where, you know, should I use the control room if I'm, you know, let's say if I only have like 2 outputs on my project, you know, or my audio interface is only a stereo out, what are the benefits of the control room? Okay, so a lot of times when people, I see them working, you know, and I see this question on different Cubase forums and social media groups, that as we work on this, let me just make sure I have the control room configured. All right, so I'll just get this set up here. One of the dilemmas that people run into is, you know, often people are running powered speakers, and they kind of use their master volume as kind of a gain structure. So let's say if I have this set up and I'm playing and I adjust my master fader here to compensate for like my monitoring environment. When I go to export a file, it could, you know, and I have my fader set to minus 24 dB, it will actually drop the volume of the exported file by 24 dB because the audio is going through here. Now, what we could have is, you know, for the control room to be set up, and a control room can be designated as your monitoring volume. So while that's going on, I could adjust the monitoring, but you notice that the gain structure to the master fader isn't affected. This is just the monitoring volume. So yeah, once I do this, I could also set it to a dim level. So if I, you know, let's say someone just asks you a question while you're mixing, you could just dim it, and you could set the amount to dim directly here. You could also have like a known reference point for mixing. So if you just kind of come here, you could just hold down, like, let's say this is the loudest I want to mix at. I'll just come here, click and hold down Alter Option. So I'll just hold down my Option key and set. And now, as soon as I'm here, if I wanted to go to my known reference level, I can click there. We also have the ability of monitoring with a down mix. So if I want to listen to it in mono, if I have like a room correction plugin, maybe something like SonarWorks or something for mixing with headphones, I could place that as an insert directly in my monitoring chain so that when I go to export my audio mix down, I'm not getting different phasing and EQ changes, making up for the deficiencies in my monitoring system in my actual file, but it's just played back. I could also have other plugins set up like Supervision. So different metering and analysis plugins we could have set up here that won't affect kind of the actual, gain structure going on in the mix. One other thing that's really handy is you often see this little L button in each of the channels. So while I'm playing, we have what we call a listen bus. So let's say I just want to go to the bass. And I could solo that, but we also have like different ways of doing a listen mode. So if I wanted to take the lead vocal, instead of soloing it, I could run it through the listen bus, and the other tracks will be dimmed down. So I could still hear it in context. So the other tracks are still there. It's not soloed, but they're just kind of dimmed down. But I could just hear that to see where they're kind of sitting in the mix. And once you get into more extensive things, we could have external input. So if someone wants to have like a reference source, or if you wanted to have, headphone and cue mixes for tracking, you could do that. But if you're just kind of getting started with, should I use the control room? That's a great way to get going with it. Okay. Okay, so just going through different comments here. Okay, so Capt Energy Music is hoping that everyone is doing great. All right, all right, we also have Nir checking in from Tel Aviv. Welcome to the Hangout. Okay. Hey, Greg, question. When I use a delay plugin in it, sometimes changes rhythm depending on where I start to track playback from. This has caused problems when mixing a track down. Any ideas? So sometimes when, it could be with, different delay plugins, if you're starting kind of in not on the beat, that the delay can start based on where you play. So so if it's when mixing the track down, what I would do is make sure that you always are starting playback, especially for something like a mix down. So if you have it set to quarter note delays and you start in the middle here, the delay will start based on the position of the playback. So instead of the quarter note delay falling here, and here, it's going to fall. If we start the playback, it'll start directly here and in the middle and kind of not be musically synced with the audio source. So I would make sure that like the left locator or a way to get directly to the beat would actually be turned, so you're starting directly from the beat. So make sure, and if you're doing like an export audio mix down, make sure that, you have the left and right locators set to be on a beat. Otherwise, if you have timed effects, those timed effects could be off like you describe. Okay, so we have question: how to record from 2 microphones to a stereo track. So, the microphones can be set up in any audio interface connections. So if you go to your audio connections, so let's say, I had, an audio interface with 8 inputs. So I will come here. Let me just add a stereo, like a couple of stereo buses here. So I'll just, okay, so we have stereo in 1. So these are our stereo inputs. So if I wanted to record in stereo, I could say, okay, let's say my microphone is connected into inputs 1 and 4 on my interface. So I could, we could give each of the inputs a name. So you could say stereo, guitar, mic. And we could say, this is coming in. My interface I currently am using is just a 2-in interface. But you can say, okay, this is coming from input 1 and input 4, let's say, or whatever input the 2 microphones are connected to. So it doesn't matter. They don't have to be right next to each other, but you define which inputs that the microphones are connected to for this particular track. So now when I want to record a stereo guitar, I could add an audio track. Let's make it a stereo track, and I could just say we want this input to come from my stereo guitar mic. And then I just hit record, and so the inputs of where the microphones are connected to will just be determined by the audio connections under your studio menu, and click into inputs and add a stereo track. And you could have multiple multiple inputs with different, combinations. And then once the inputs are defined here for, let's say, your stereo guitar mic, then that's all you have to do. And you could record, 2 microphones in stereo to your guitar from any connections. Hang on, my son is knocking on the door. Bear with me just a second. Sorry for the interruption. My son's on a screen break from class. Okay, so from Nick, we have, hi Greg, I shot you an email. Is there a way you can have folder presets? So the folders themselves are set up to not have, so there aren't a way of doing folder presets. And as you mentioned in your email, Nick, that you could choose to import from, particular, so when I come here, and we go to import tracks from project, that you could choose to have, folders there. So let me just, I think I may have some folders. probably in this project here. I'll just take a quick look. So here you could put in folders, but the folders aren't really intended for that. It's really more of an organization. If you wanted to, take all of the tracks within a folder. So let's say if we jump to this and I wanted to, take all of my tracks in a folder as a collective entity and save them. At this point, you could select the tracks and come to export and choose selected tracks. And I'll just choose to kind of reference, and we'll call this Nick. And now I could come right over here and import what's called a track archive. And now I could select all, and that would take kind of all the tracks that were in that particular folder and import it. And if you have, send effects, if you have your, insert effects, your EQs, your channel strips, those are all pertained. It's not a folder, but if you wanted to save one file of a number of different tracks, you could just do that as a export selected tracks and import the track archive. All right, so just see, can we freeze multiple tracks at the same time? So, when we're doing this, so let's come over here. So there isn't a way to freeze multiple tracks at the same time, but you can choose to render in place multiple tracks at the same time. So I think the render in place is a lot more flexible with, effects processing. But let's come over here and I'll just kind of play. I'll show a quick example. Okay. Okay, so let's say if I'll just do a quick edit here. So let's say, so I'll just select with my range tool. And if I wanted to take these particular parts and render this little section. So instead of having to render the instruments, what you can do is come and I will just say, let's render in place, and I'll go to my render settings. This will allow me to, do it dry with my channel settings, with effects. I could choose to mix down to one single audio file. I could mute the original source events. So at this point, I'll just kind of go through, and I could also replace those events if you wanted to. So at this point, I could select multiple events or multiple tracks. It will mute. That's why I had set up, and it'll just kind of create the audio by default. So while the freezing doesn't freeze multiple tracks, you can turn it into these files. You could also choose to have these automatically unload and the tracks disabled. So, so it's really kind of a more contemporary way of doing freezing of multiple tracks, just doing the, using the render in place functionality. All right, so we see, hey guys, anyone notice scaling issues in C11 and Windows 10, not in terms of fonts, but with buttons and backgrounds in general? Excuse me one second, my son's knocking. Okay, sorry for the interruption. Um, so about scaling issues with Cubase 11, so not in terms of fonts, but with buttons and backgrounds in general. So on a Windows platform, you may want to try adjusting the scaling settings for your display. So, with Cubase 11, it used to be in 10 and 10.5, it was 100% or 200% for scaling. Within Cubase 11, it went to where you could also do like 125, 150, and 175%. So you may want to just adjust the scaling issue that kind of works best for your display. All right, good to see Jazz Dude on a Hangout. It's probably been on for a long time. I'm just behind. All right, good to see Brianna from Youngstown. Okay, just reading through different comments. All right, good to see Oren Bynum on Hangout. All right. Hi, Greg. Oren here. Can you show me how to connect DivisiMate to Cubase and show one small example of how it works with the strings, please? So I'm not sure if DivisiMate is a preset. I'll just take a look. Or if it's like a third-party solution. Let me just... So, Oren, if you could let me know what the DivisiMate is. I'm not sure if it's a third-party solution or what. I'm not familiar with that. Maybe someone else could. I'll just take a look, see if it shows up under... if it's a preset, an instrument, or maybe like a third-party tool, but I don't see it as a preset. So maybe, Oren, if you could expand and let me know. All right, so Mind Spitter Official asks how I'm doing. So I'm doing great. So it's great to be on a Hangout. Had a nice, relaxing holiday weekend. So we had Valentine's and President's Day. So I had yesterday off from work. So hi Greg, question. Hi Greg, will we ever see plugin sandboxing in Cubase? So, it could be tricky right now because I believe on Mac OS that Apple doesn't allow, we try to make a feature that's compatible on both platforms, and Apple hasn't opened that up to third party companies. I know that's how it was at one point. So I think that was one of the considerations of implementing plugin sandboxing and not doing it just for one particular platform. And it was kind of being, I know at one point it wasn't being offered to non-Apple developers previously. Okay, so I just see from Ali, how to pitch bend only one note in a chord with expression map, and even other notes in a chord to get pitch bended to the next chord. Okay, so this is kind of with note expression as opposed to, so just do a new project here. Okay, so this is kind of part of VST 3.5 instruments, anything that's Halion based, Retrolog, Pad Shop. So let's say I'll just come here. Let's find maybe like a pad. Okay, so I will turn on my click. So I'll just okay, so now what we could do is I'm going to just look at this in the MIDI editor. And there's, if you have version 11, something that can be a little more interesting or something to be aware of is, let me just, okay, so I'll just make these legato quickly. Okay, so what we could do is just, so if I wanted to do pitch bend on one note, and you'll see in version 11, there's kind of this note expression. So a lot of people wanted to double click and to be able to just erase a note. But if you activate the expression map, what you're going to be able to do is come here, and now you could double click on one particular note, and we go to note expression data. So here I'm going to choose tuning. So I could just say, so just on that one particular note. And if we wanted to actually show the note expression, I could just come here and so now I could also just double click on this note and say, okay, I just wanted to bring the volume up. So at this point, I could just grab maybe like the line tool. And I wanted that note, let's say this note, to go down in volume. So I kind of select a parameter over here. And you could also assign this to, if you have like a MPE controller, like a Rolly, you could have these maps. So if I now wanted to come here and let's adjust, the volume or tuning just on this one particular note, I could just say, okay, we're going to. So you could do stuff like that as well, but just make sure that you choose the parameter here that you wanted to kind of draw in on, and that you have this set to double click opens a note expression editor, and then you could just kind of draw it in quite easily. All right, so a question from Lewis Knudsen, I believe is pronunciation. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. Hey, Greg, thanks for doing these live streams. In Cubase, when I use a scissors tool to cut an event, the track window automatically jumps forward. What setting can I change to make it stop doing that? Okay, so let's come over here. Let's say if I make a cut. Okay, so it might be if you go to, let's take a look at transport. Okay. Okay, so it says when I use a scissor tool to cut an event, let me just try this with an audio. apart quickly. Okay. So I've seen it sometimes when people select an event that the cursor will jump. So, and that could be dependent on the transport. And if you choose use video follows edit mode, once that's turned off, so I would try that. It doesn't seem to do it with the scissors tool on my end, but depending on your edit. So just out of curiosity, try deactivating. If you see the check mark next to use video follows edit mode, try that just out of curiosity. And I think that may do it for you, figure it out for you. Okay, so all right, so Agent K is kind enough to share the Cubase Discord page. It's a great resource of Cubase information. I think Jazz Dude is responsible for that. We appreciate that. Okay, so question. I have a problem with latency on my group channel when I layer my kick, but the only part of the kicks in late is the punch, and the punch is the only track that I send to an effects bus. Okay, so let me just kind of create this scenario here. All right, let me just get to a different library. Okay. Okay, so I'll just kind of duplicate that. Okay, so so I have a problem with latency on my group channel when I layer my kick track. But the only part that kicks in late is the punch, and the punch is the only track that I send to an effects bus. All right, so let's say I have this. Okay, so I'm going to send this to a group channel. Okay. So it says when layering a kick, so I will go ahead and going to duplicate this track. All right, and then I'm just going to replace the samples on this track. So now we have two. Okay, so so I have a problem with latency on my group channel when I layer my kick, but the only part that kicks in late is the punch. And the punch is the only track that I send to an effects bus. So it could be, depending on the effect that's being used. So let's say if I just want to put this through, I'll just do a mono delay, and let's do quarter notes just on this particular. So one of the kicks, this kick. Okay, so this kick will go through the delay. let's. So, but I'm not sure. It's maybe hard when you say, but so maybe if you could specify again. So it says when you layer your kick, but the only part that kicks in late is the punch. So I'm not sure if the punch is part of the sample or the punch, is like a descriptive term for the sample. So, but I'm not absolutely sure on that. So maybe if you could specify a little more, we should have time to get to it, MindSpitter. Sorry about that. I'll try to keep this as a project, so we could come back to it. Okay. From Dennis Deering, will we ever be able to add custom genre categories to MPEG export ID3 tags? Let's take a look. Um, so let's see, you want to add custom genre categories. So I will kind of mention that, Dennis, if there's a particular, if you could let me know what category you want added, I will check to see if there's, I'll take a look just quickly in Media Bay. Sometimes these may be actually dependent upon by the specification. But you can kind of add your own custom category, your own custom metadata, but it may not be carried over within the MP3 specs. I'm not sure. I could do some research on that, Dennis, to see if there are particular, if there are, particular predefined metadatas by the MPEG specification. So, but if you let me know which one that you want to add, that would be helpful too. All right. So Taylor Sapp is tuning in late today, so he wants to know where to pick up his tardy slip. So, we'll send you to the principal's office. All right. Okay. All right. Good to see Paul, the guitarist from Lynchburg, Virginia, on a hangout. Okay, from Brianna, I have several tracks in a project that I'm not able to delete or remove. Check to see, when you come to, let's say, a particular project. So let's say if I want to come here, so I want to just, we'll see if it's, so I'll select this particular track. Just seeing if if there is kind of a lock on the tracks. Sometimes you could lock like the position of events. So let's say if I start this at measure 4 and I want to lock, let's say, the position of the event, that I can't move that. And let's say if I try to delete, but let me just see what the other lock attributes are. So if it's for an event, Brianna, just look under the lock functions here in the info line and make sure that you don't have it locked, and see, if that's perhaps locked from the info line. So all right, so Billy had mentioned kind of a trick for resetting all the channels to get rid of all the plugins. So let's say if we have an audio track here, this is from an earlier question. So let's say I will just load up a couple of, get to the mix console here, and let's adjust some of our different settings. Okay, so I will just let me just duplicate this track a couple of times. Okay, so in the large mixer, or you could actually just kind of click here. So let's say I have a number of different inserts and slots, and I now wanted to come here. So I'm not sure if this is for removing all plugins or resetting the whole mixer, but the little drop down arrow here, you could say reset mix console channels. We could say reset all, and then that will take you back to kind of a clean slate. But I think the original question might have been just only for removing plugins, if I remember, but thanks for that, Billy. Question, is it possible to trigger show third-party plugins automations without playing the project? Mostly I'm on W and play and change the automation, and it automatically shows the automation. Okay, so what you could do, if we have, let me see, it may have, let's jump back home. Just seeing if I had okay, so I think this is, so if we have automation, on a particular let's just say if I come here, all right, so let's see if I automate that. So, what you could do, even when it's not in play, you could, take and, just if you wanted to come to your automation panel, you can just click on show used automation, and that will, show you any of the automation that's gone on in a particular. So there's that particular plugin automation that we just did. And that was a third party plugin. So that could do it without having to play the automation. So let me know if that makes sense for you, Ali. Okay. All right, so question, we have an arpeggio or whatever MIDI melody, and we want them to all only hit one note. We have C, E, G, C, F, G, A, B, and we want all those notes just to hit C, C, C. Can we do that? Okay. So I assume we wanted to only take one particular note. So take a whole series of notes and fix it to one pitch. Okay, so let's come here. I'll just put it into step entry mode, let's say for eighth notes. And now okay, so and if I wanted all these to be fixed pitch to, let's say, F3, so I think if I select all the notes and say F3, let me just see if I could, I think maybe I'll do this with a modifier. So just hold down Control or Command, and that would take all of the notes and set it to one fixed pitch when entered in the info line. So say C3, hold down Control or Command, and then hit Enter, and then that will fix the pitch like that. So let me know if that's what you want to do, Ali. Okay. Okay, so just see, this might be reference to earlier. Hi, Greg. In regards to the muting lanes question, I think it might have been the first one or first couple. I have the same issue, but only when the lanes are folded. When you try to mute the whole folded stack, it brings other takes to the front. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. Thank you for all wonderful questions. And if you've learned something new, make sure you hit the like button. And also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you do that, and you can be notified of different Hangouts as we do them. All right, so we have our comped lanes here. I will grab, let's say I'll just do the worst musical comp of all time. All right. As if I listened to it. All right. So I have this. So I think what Billy was saying is when it's not folded, that it, so let's go ahead and collapse the view. And now if I mute, so it looks like it mutes here kind of as expected, either way. So I'll go ahead and look at that. So it's going to be muted. So it looks like this consistent behavior, but let me know if you see something else. Billy, thanks for chiming in. Okay, so question, if I have a 1-bar audio click pre-count and print a score, how could I get the start of the music to come out on bar 1 of the score? All right, so let's go ahead and I'll just simulate that. Okay, so I'll give Gareth a free melody, maybe. We'll see if it's awful or not. Okay, so I will come in here. Okay, so we have our step input. All right. Okay, so now let me just redo that for our example here. Okay, so I will. Okay, so it sounds like we're on. Okay, so now when I go to look at this in the score, we'll see that basically everything starts at measure 2, and I believe what Taylor wants is for the score to start on measure 1. All right, so let's go to our project setup. So we go to your project menu to project setup, or hit Shift S. So let's say our display bar offset. Let's try 1. Okay, that's not what I wanted. So let's try our display offset and say maybe set to -1. All right. All right, that's kind of the opposite. So let's just. Okay, so now we basically want this to be measure 1. So let's come here. I was just trying to start day and kept messing up as well. All right, so okay, so what I did is I just so now I put the display offset to 2 bars, and then just kind of, so this is measure 0 is kind of like your count in, and then measure 1. So now when we go to look at the score, just look at it in the score editor here. And we could choose to also just, I'll just cut. And now when I go to look at this part in the score editor, that measure 1 will just kind of start right at that point. So try setting the offset to 2 bars and then just kind of moving the events so that the start of the event starts at measure 1. So that'll give you -1, a 0 measure, and a downbeat starting on the second beat. So give that a try, Taylor. Okay, just reading through different questions. So we see, hi Greg, Jay from Connecticut. Any chance that Steinberg would allow you to do like a half hour, maybe even hour special, no answering questions, just all about logical editor, best workflow functions? Yeah, I mean, usually they're not so involved in setting up the Hangouts. I send them an email and they'll promote it on different social media channels. But we could definitely, if you wanted like a very specific type of hangout for just logical editor or maybe just preferences, we could do that maybe in addition, where it's not going to be a typical Q&A thing. So that might be interesting to do. So I think there's some subjects that might benefit from that. So but I'll see if we can get it going maybe in March, if that makes sense, or if everyone thinks that's stupid, just let me know. So, but I see where that could be kind of fun to do and beneficial for a lot of people. All right. All right, so question from Albert. Can you tell me how I multicolor MIDI notes? So we could do notes, coloring based on lots of different criteria. So we could, when we want to see our notes here, we could choose to see them by velocity. So as the notes have lower velocity. So when I come here and let's say the notes, if we have the notes selected and I change the velocity of notes, that the notes will be redder when there's higher velocity and bluer with lighter velocity. So you could, and I believe that's the default mode. There's also where you could do it based on pitch, where every single pitch will have different unique colors. We could colorize based on a channel. So if I come here and this particular channel is, let's say based on, I want this to be red, but maybe I wanted to duplicate a part. And so let's say this is trumpet, but I want my trombones to always be greenish. So now if let me just take these notes and transpose them down quickly. Okay, so now if I'm editing multiple parts, we could see when it's not based on channel, but on the parts, I could see that we could have, our trumpets in red and our trombones in green. We could also have it based upon the channel. You could do coloring scheme also based on, grid match, sound set, voice, scale, chords. So if you have a chord track, we could also base upon the coloring scheme on the chord track. So let's put in, I think I played in F, so let's make it in G. Let's do B minor. So now when we look at our notes based on the chords, we could see that there will be notes that will be so red notes will be out of key, green notes within the key, and you also will have notes that will be or green notes are within the score, within the chord, and you'll have notes that are going to be based, this color is within the scale, within the chord, out of key. So those are some of the different coloring options that you could have. All right, so we see Michael Teens, who's usually a very loyal attendee. He's having power outages in Texas. There's a lot of people, so we hope everyone's able to get through that. We know it's incredibly cold, and lots of people are losing power. So it's a bad time to lose power. So we all send well wishes to Michael. So I see from Bob, Greg, I've been working on 3 vocal harmony tracks with Very Audio for 3 days. I think I'm done with this section, and then go back and see things I worked on have changed. That's not normal, is it? All right. So, if you have, let me just find something, one thing that could help with this. So generally I haven't run into that. But one thing that could, make a difference in scenarios like that. Okay, let me just find something that has some harmonies in it. And this kind of follows up on our coloring schemes that we saw before. So here, I think we'll have some harmonies that will come in. So let's take a little listen. Smooth it out when things get rough. Keep your heart from giving up. Don't it make you feel good? All right, so if I wanted to do this, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to switch the colors for each of the harmony voices here. So I'm going to, all right, say we're going to make this one color. Let's switch the colors. So sometimes it's easy to, when you're working with multiple parts, to, think that you're on one particular part and maybe you're not. So I'm going to come here. Let's select these. So I changed these colors. And now when I want to go to do my harmony parts, I will just go into the editor here. And we're just going to do a quick vary audio on everything. And I'm going to colorize based on, let's see, the event here. So let me just...
Somebody wants to take you just the way you.
All right, so, and I'm just going to colorize these parts accordingly here. So I'll take this. I'm just going to, so sometimes colorizing the different events can make this all seem a little easier to go between the different parts. Okay, so just get the colors kind of dialed in. So I will just colorize these based on the events. Hang on, my son is just knocking. Bear with me. All right, sorry about that. All right. So now when I want to, experiment with, some of the different colors so that you could, work with that. So let's say if you wanted to do, and let me just zoom in here just a little bit so I could select. Okay, so now that we have kind of the vary audio, we could just, navigate between the different colors here. So that way you could have like kind of the different harmony parts, and you could pick out, as you're, and, that could help kind of keep track of the different voicings that you're working with. Is once you have kind of the colors based on the events. So we could say, okay, when I go to this track, let's go ahead and let's activate. So there's the yellow voice, and then as you just select a different voice here. You could just say, okay, now we're doing the green parts. So sometimes if you don't colorize it, it could be easy to kind of, be editing the wrong voice when you're doing harmonies like that. So give that a shot, Bob, and let us know if that helps. All right, good to see Millard Brown on a Hangout. All right, question. What's the best video codec to use? Sorry, my timeline just jumped on me. Let me just roll back. See, I have lots of questions in my future here. Okay, so I may have lost a couple questions when my timeline. Okay, so we'll just kind of go from here. But I think it was, what was the best video codec to use? And that you're having some different frame rates jumping. So, the easiest way to do it, like, there's with video, there's going to be, different, there's like an MP4 file, could be 1,000 different variations depending on a codec. So a really good reference that you could use for this is just on the Steinberg website. And so just look for supported video formats, and you could actually kind of see. I'll just search for video support. Cubase, Nuendo, Dorco, Wavelab. Yeah, so if you want to just go to, this is a good kind of resource about, the codecs and the containers and the file formats of what you need for that. So I would check to make sure, you say, I think you had H.264, but these are some of the particular settings, and you may just use, little utility kind of like, Handbrake or something like that. And then you could be able to get kind of an optimum video support with that. So I may have lost a couple questions when my chat line jumped. So I'll just kind of continue where I am. But I apologize if I lost your question, but we had a question from Rich that showed up next. Cubase stops playing when I click on my UAD interface. This just started happening. I'm on a Mac. Any idea how to fix? So I'm not sure when you click on your UAD interface, if it's a plugin interface or if you're touching your audio interface. So Cubase stops playing when I click on my UAD interface. This just started happening. I'm on a Mac. So if it's a plugin interface, I would, that's kind of strange that it's doing it with a particular plugin interface. If I'm not sure if you're hitting a button that's assigned maybe to do like transport controls or some other function. If it's the audio interface, maybe Rich, if you could specify if it's when you click on a UAD audio plugin interface, or if it's when you click on the audio interface, that would be helpful. Okay, so I have a question. Hi, Greg. How to separate one single MIDI events to multiple tracks, for example, MIDI drums? Thanks. Okay. So I'll show this here quickly. activate this project. Okay, so I will go ahead and just drag in a quick part here. Okay, so I have a number of different events. So if you wanted to take this and split it into multiple tracks, go to MIDI, and then you'll see dissolve part. And then you'll see separate pitches, and you could have it optimized in displays. So but now when you say split pitches, it'll now just take that and split each of the individual drums, the kick, snare, hi-hat, into their own separate tracks for you. So I see a question: is Cubase working with 1368 by 768 resolution? So it's not a ideal resolution by any means. It's pretty small. So if you have the ability, like what I prefer to run Cubase in, like I'm running at 1080p, 1920 by 1080, and I think that's a really comfortable place to be. If you're running it with a 13, I think it's maybe 1376 by 768 resolution. I mean, that's really small. It's like, almost Windows 95-esque resolutions. I know some smaller laptops will have that, but you could, customize some of the different things to get more space. Like you could choose not to have the lower zone as an edit screen, so that will give you more space to work. You could choose not to have the right zone or not to have the left zone, and this way you could work with smaller screen resolutions. But as the screen resolutions have become more normal for higher, Cubase can kind of take advantage of that, but you could deactivate certain parts of the user interface to do that. But I think even if you look at kind of the minimum resolution, it might be set to that, but it's not ideal. All right. All right. Good to see that Michael Teams is made to Hangout. I hope you're doing okay with the weather and power. Okay. Hi, Greg. Please explain on the removing silence option. How do I select a threshold to which silence should be actioned? Okay, so let's just take a look at something that has some silence. I think maybe a drum track would be good. Okay, so if we had like a whole series of audio tracks and we only wanted to, like maybe a really long live recording, and we have a lot of areas of silence. So let's say if I'm looking at my audio interface here, I'll just, let's say we're looking at our audio waveform and I wanted to get rid of all of this particular silence. So what you could do is go to your audio menu. And I think if we go to advanced, you'll see detect silence. So I'm going to just select that particular file. So we'll go to advanced and choose detect silence. So when we do this, we'll see kind of our waveform here. So what we can do is say, anything that's kind of below this particular range, below this threshold, and we could adjust the threshold here. So, and as we do this, so what I could do now is we could have this, so I'm going to come over here, compute, and what this will do now is we'll say, and I'll say strip silence, and I'll say process. So what that's done is it's now automatically taken every time it was below that particular, defined threshold, and it's deleted that part of the audio file. So again, just, select the file, come over here, to advanced, and then you'll be able to just do a detect silence and then adjust kind of the threshold. So if I do a really high threshold here, I could just say process, and now everything, it'll only be, I guess I kind of threw everything out with my diagnostic, my settings there, but just that's where you could set the threshold right there. So if you wanted to get rid of, like, instead of gating toms, you could just simply, delete the silence just like that. All right, good to see Jeff Zabelski on Hangout. Okay. Oh, good to see John Carroll on the Hangout. I hope you're doing well in Massachusetts. Wonderful musician, writer, all around great guy. Okay, while recording multi-track, how can I set Cubase to not stop recording when I select, highlight a track, or click on the track? Thanks. Okay, so when you come over here, this is probably tied to a particular preference. So go to your preferences. Excuse me. And under Project and Mix Console, you could choose to enable record on selected track. And what this will do, let's say as we are recording, so let's say I'm here and I have all these tracks armed for record. So let's say I'll go ahead and just record. So what happens a lot of times, people will go, okay, when I come here, I just accidentally, I click here and that will, deselect that particular track. So make sure that you could just simply turn that on or off. So just going into that preference. So now you can say enable record on selected audio tracks. I can say apply. And now as I select different tracks, it's not going to affect the recording unless I manually just do it. So, and that could also be coupled with a setting where when you select a part, that this could, selecting an event will select the track. There's another preference for that, but I think if you just get rid of the enable record on selected audio tracks, disable that in the preferences, that will solve the problem for you. Okay. All right, let's move on to some further questions. Okay, using the same interface, do recorded tracks and playback sound better in newer Cubase versions than older Cubase versions? How has the audio engine changed over the years in terms of sounding better? So I believe in version 9.5 or 10 they introduced a double precision audio engine. So the engine's been pretty robust, when it was written, to not really affect the audio quality. But with the advent of 32-bit integer recording, that like what we see with our AXR4T and AXR4U and our URC interfaces, we could go to the audio system and you could actually switch to a 64-bit floating point for processing precision. So some plugins will allow you to actually do all of the processing at higher resolution, so double the resolution. So reverbs could be a bit smoother. You may not hear it in like a Metallica type of recording, but something that's kind of a squeaky clean, maybe acoustic music, classical, If you're doing, Americana type of music, it can make a difference. I sent, and when this came out, I've told the story before, but I kind of did the same mix. And a really good mastering engineer friend of mine, Greg Lukens, who's anyone who's ever met him or dealt with him knows how amazing he is. I just did the same project and I did one mix down using 64-bit precision and 32-bit precision. So this is the same exact settings, and he's actually a blind mastering engineer. And I just sent him 2 files. I was like, tell me what's up with this. Tell me about these 2 files, what you hear. So I didn't want to lead him in any way. And he's like, this one file immediately sounds better. And he's like, I'm not sure why, but it's better. And that was the 64-bit precision. So that's, the most recent change. There's always little tweaks for performance and optimizations. But there is a sonic benefit to that. It may not be apparent on every track, and Greg Lukens has the benefit of having, Meyer X10 monitors in his bedroom mastering studio. I mean, and it's configured by Bob Hodis. So it's, if you wanted to have a really critical listening environment, that's the place to do it. But it may not be super apparent, but those are some of the changes that have made a difference over the last few years and few versions of Cubase. Okay, we see from Sub 403 it's Family Day in Canada, so that's good. Okay, so I see I'm planning to use Arturia Keylab Essential 49 with Cubase Elements 11 will work. Yeah, so no problems. You could use basically any MIDI controller that has a driver or a MIDI port, for your operating system with Cubase. So I think I think the Keylab controllers are pretty cool. Okay, so we see an update on Jeff Zabelski's. He's in the process of building his new PC, so he's gotten all his hardware, but the motherboard. So it's not like the motherboard's critical, and so it must be. I'm sure you're anxious to get it all going, so congratulations on that. Okay. Okay, reading through some more comments. So I see, hey, Greg, can you show how you would set up the gated reverb trick in Cubase? Okay, so let's take a look. Let's see. I'll just switch to a different project. Okay, let's activate this. So gated reverbs are, very popular in the 80s. So let's go ahead and, it's a pretty clever trick. Hang on just one second. My son's knocking again. All right, sorry for the interruption. Okay, so to gated reverb, so let's see if we can just go ahead and think we could maybe do it with this. Okay, so let's say we have our source here, and I'll just bust my snare out. Make this a little louder. Okay, so I'm gonna take my snare track here, go to the mixer, and I'm gonna send it out of output 2. Okay, so you know you can probably find different. So let's go ahead. I haven't done this in a long time, but let's. Okay, so I will. Okay, so now, so a lot of times if we wanted to, why people often did the gated reverb time is, you could actually just kind of change often just the decay of the reverb itself, depending on the actual plugin. So let's say if I just wanted to come here and say main time, you could have like a really big reverb and just take your main time and now if you wanted to have even more of that, we can now go to the effects channel track here, and we could let's go to its channel settings, and you can go to its channel strip, and you could tweak stuff like that. Obviously, you could adjust a pre. But this is actually, kind of just putting a gate on the reverb channel. Or if you wanted to just come here and within the effects channel track itself, just go to your dynamics and you'll see the gate. And we'll just say, okay, we'll just set the threshold down a little bit. So, and then you can kind of tweak the reverb kind of as you see fit, but kind of in context. You can now come over here and let's just choose to so kind of give you a quick idea then kind of the mechanics, and you could tweak the reverb obviously, but just putting a gate behind the reverb or just taking the actual reverb itself and be able to just have a very short a big room with a small decay time on it. Okay. All right, so just see from Paul Claridge, I have another program that uses chords. Is there a way to export the chords from Cubase Chord Track? So if you have a chord track set up and if you wanted to, I don't know, we could export it as a particular track. But if we have, let's say, chords here, and if the other program does like an analysis of the chords, what you could do. So let's say if I'm here, sorry, it's just, let me just mute this for now. So if you needed to get the data, so I don't know of any programs that will import, but what you could do is just drag the chords to a actual MIDI part, and that will, make the chords for you. I'll just drag it down here to a piano part. So as we do this, I'll just say, okay, now this will just create a MIDI part of the chords, and you could take that particular track and just export it as a standard MIDI file. But I don't know any programs that will directly read the chord track from Cubase. So. Okay, good to see Sable Winters on a Hangout. Okay. Okay, reading through different comments here. Okay, so I see John Carroll says added intra editor expression map menus, way cool feature in 11. All right. Okay, so I see John Ferreira. Greg answered a question just before mine and one right after, but not my question, something I said. So no, sorry if I missed your question, John. Just feel free to ask it again. Or if you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, I should be able to see it. So I did lose some questions during the when my chat field kind of overpopulated, if you will. So we see from Evergreen Branch, is there a way to adjust single note expression in a MIDI chord by snap points or grid, like global pitch instead of free drawing? So depending on, so let's say if I'm here, I'll just make this a little bigger so you can see it easier. All right, so let's say if I want to come here, I think if we just move this over. Okay, so let's say if I'm in tuning mode. All right, so if I just grab like a one-shot mode, then as you kind of draw in, you could just adjust. And if I come here and you could just kind of hear. what the value will be, just kind of like that. So that way you don't have to kind of free draw it in. Okay, see, Jeff Zabelski's anxiously awaiting his motherboard. Okay, so we have a question. Can you demo the Scale Assistant? I can't seem to get it to work. It just plays all the usual notes in all the wrong places. Okay, so let's say I have like some chords here. Let me just select a couple of other parts. I'll just glue these together. Okay, so now that we have the Scale Assistant, I'll just say we'll make it. I'm gonna just say we're gonna be in E minor, let's say. Okay. So now we could choose to base our score. So once we have we could do this based on the chord track or based on the editor scale. So the editor scale we could define here. If you don't know what it is, Cubase can do a quick analysis for you and kind of determine what chords they are. You could also, if you wanted to create your own musical scale, you could do that as well. So if you want to get really, very particular with your tonalities, you could do that. You could also choose to just quantize pitches to automatically make it fit within our defined scale. Once this is up, so here's where we could say, okay, it's going to just do 2 different scale suggestions for you. So if you don't know what scales to work with, you could do it based on the editor scale. And you could also choose to just do snap pitch editing. So as I move notes here up and down, this will automatically snap it to where it'll only fall within the scale that's been defined. So if I move this up, it's chromatic. And once I have the snap pitch editing on, it's only going to snap directly to the event. And we could also do like snap live input. So as I would just play, let's say if I was doing maybe like a harp glissando or something along those lines, I could just come here and say, okay, I want to put in, let's say 30-second note triplets. And while I'm in my, so I'll delete these. So now I could just kind of put in any random MIDI notes, and that would automatically be directly within this scale as well. So, and once we want to filter notes, we could also say just show notes that are only within the scale or only notes that have events on them as well. So hopefully that'll help with the Scale Assistant and make a little more sense for you. It's pretty cool. All right, so we see that Das Record wrote a track released on Angina Beats recently. Wanted to share with the group. Congratulations. All right, so we see CBMN sign sending greetings from Germany. Thanks for joining us. Okay, we have a question from Sub 403. Greg, could you go over the combine tools? Thanks. Okay. So it used to be when we had like an audio event that people would often switch between two different tools. There was the kind of the object selection tool, which would allow you to move an event. We could also come over here and do fade ins, fade outs. We could choose different ending or starting points of the clip. And then we had a range selection tool. So this would allow me to select a range and just hit the delete key to delete, or come over here if I wanted to duplicate that particular range. I could hit Control Command D, and some other handy functions like, okay, I want only this particular range, and I wanted to delete everything before and after this range. There's all sorts of great functionality that you could see in the range tool, such as, okay, I just wanted to crop, and that would kind of get rid of stuff. So people would often hit 1 and 2 to switch between these two tools. So 1 would be the object selection tool, and 2 would be the range selection tool. So in 10.5, what they did was to combine these two tools together. So when you approach kind of working from the bottom or the very edges for your fade ins and fade outs, this functions as the object selection tool. When you're at the top, this now functions as a range selection tool. So once you're kind of at the bottom, now if your track is like a super small height, you may not notice the difference. So it may have to be of a certain height to have that distinction between the range and the object selection tool. So instead of having to switch tools, you're able just to kind of come here and move events, move just a range within the event, or, holding down some of the modifier keys such as like Alt or Option. You could split the events just like that. And, if you wanted to just delete. So, when you click here, you could then have those two functions combined so that you don't have to constantly switch between different tools. So we see Das Record asking at Agent K, interested in becoming a mod for these webcasts. How does one inquire? So Agent K, we had like one hangout where there's a bunch of people that were just kind of being silly. So he just sent me an email, and I was able to make him a moderator for the hangout, so he could kind of control stuff that's ahead in the chat field before I did. So that's how Agent K did it. So if you wanted to email me, if Agent K can't make it, maybe if you're on all the hangouts, you could probably be involved, if that makes sense. But that's what Agent K had done, so it was really nice of Agent K to do. Okay. Okay, so I see, and this might be a comment to one of our earlier discussions. It says I had the latency when I added iZotope in my group to MindSpitter. So maybe where we had that track adding groups. So sometimes the plugins themselves don't actually report the correct latency. So just kind of be aware of that. So that could be problematic with some plugins. Okay, so it's just see question. I'm working with Halion Symphonic Orchestra. When I import key switches for the solo strings, for instance, it defaults to the trills when I want legato. Also, the articulations don't always work when I draw in the lines. So I'll just go ahead and try. So I'll just add a new instrument track here. we'll just do it in high and Sonic SE. That's fine. Okay, so let's say we'll have okay, so I will go ahead and import the key switches. So let me just come right over here. And this automatically kind of does the key switches for the instrument. And I will just come here. I'll make this larger so we could actually read the articulations. Okay, so let me just put in some notes here. All right. All right, so just give myself a little. Okay, so let's say I just want this to start off being short notes. So let's just say maybe I'll start with pizzicato instead. So. And then tremolo. Let me just do a part that makes a little more sense. Sorry, it's kind of different. All right, so now. Okay, so now we'll have this part in. And I'll just try putting on staccato for the notes. So. I think I still have Scale Assistant on, so let me just. All right, so let's say if I want to switch my articulations here, and let's go to pits here. So that all seems kind of be. And let's say just in the middle here, I'll do pits for a couple of notes. And see if that all kind of switches. So, I mean, that all seems to be working for me as expected. But let me know if I'm doing something differently than you. Okay, so question, is there a way to donate to Greg's live feeds? So I'm doing this as part of my job, so I don't think it makes sense to do a donation, but if you like kind of what the live streams are doing, you could always send an email or write a letter to people at Steinberg or people in Yamaha Corporation of America to let them know you appreciate it. That's always a nice thing to do. But make sure you subscribe, make sure that you tell your friends, and get a bunch of Steinberg software. So that'll be good. But I appreciate the sentiment. It's very kind. As Gareth says, just smash the like button. Okay. And I see a great comment. You see a lot of discussion on monitor sizes, and it says the older you are, the bigger the monitor should be. So yeah, I have Mr. Magoo vision myself many times. So I see Greg should set up a Bitcoin wallet. So I'm just doing this as part of my job. So, but I appreciate the sentiment. Okay, so we have from Billy Patron. Can you please show how to activate and use Ripple editing in Cubase? Would like to be able to move audio events while shifting other events out of the way instead of stacking them. Okay. So let's jump back. All right, so Ripple edits can mean different things for different people, so we'll take a look at it. Okay, and I'll just revert this project. Thank you, everyone, for the wonderful questions. I hope everyone's learned something new. Okay, so let's say if I want to do like a range selection on just a couple of tracks, if I come here, I could select the range, and then if you just hit backspace, that will delete it. Now, for a lot of people, when you do, I think if I just come here and hold shift backspace, that will knock the other tracks over. So backspace will delete, but leave the existing information in time. If I hold down shift plus backspace, that will move the other tracks. And if I wanted to do this globally, I could do that on just a couple of tracks if I wanted to. But if I wanted to have my, when I do my range selection for it to be global, I go hold down Control or Command plus Shift. And now I could just come right over here, and if I want to delete, I could do that. But again, then holding Shift plus backspace will kind of move those events around. Now, this is also kind of contingent upon like your grid settings as well. So if I say, let's set our grid to shuffle mode, and if I hit Shift plus X, that will now copy, that will split what was selected in the range. So if I come again, so Control plus Shift with my range selection tool, so just approaching from the top, and Shift plus X, that will split. And now that we're in shuffle mode, if I move all of these events, so let's say I'll just select all of these events, and I wanted to swap those events around where the events that are currently at the end will kind of move to where the highlighted events are. I could just, select them via shuffle, and that will kind of move the different events and change the order of them. So hopefully that will kind of cover some of the stuff that you want to do in Ripple editing. It's a term that's used in a lot of different ways in different programs. So I just see from Mind Spitter official notes, different tracks. This is with the drums, the kick going to a particular track. It says, and one was at a time when using an effects send. So it says notes, different tracks selected to one group, but maybe I can send it to you. So if you want to send a download link to Club Cubase at steinberg.de, you could do that as well. And I see Agent K was kind enough to do that as well. So we see from Kevin Key Genius, hi Greg, I am currently using Cubase Pro 10 and would like to upgrade to Pro 11. Is it the same with the full version? So you could just do a direct update from Cubase 10 to Cubase 11, and it varies. I think in the US it might be $159 from 10 to 11, something like that. So but you could definitely upgrade. You don't have to repurchase the program. Okay. All right. So I just see a comment from Jeff Sabelski. HSO is great, but has a learning curve, understanding how to customize key switches and controllers, customizing, etc. Using map expression in the score and its palettes are great practice. So it's still a great library after all these years and easy on the CPU. Okay, so question. Does anyone have the same issue that the tab key does not always copy MIDI parts when you see the copy symbol, but it does not copy the part but move it? So let's take a look. I'll just add a quick MIDI part. Okay. So, when I'm copying MIDI parts, so I don't generally use kind of the tab key. If you go to the right center edge, you could just kind of grab like that, or maybe it's the Alt key if you go to the lower left-hand corner. And just grab kind of, I see some people just kind of do that, but if you hold down the Alt key, you can see it turn, Alt or Option key, it'll turn into a pencil that you could then drag across. But I'm not sure, when you use the Tab key, that's generally used to navigate between the different active zones. So, but let us know if, with the copy symbol, with what you're doing, Robbo, with the tab key. All right, so I see Neurotic Nexus says, haha, wish to see Greg's reaction on Ghost moving his windows. All right, so. All right, good to see JVI on the Hangout. Okay, so from Evergreen Branch, can you show how to delete time, duplicate time, add empty space to a selected range in Cubase? Thank you. All right, so kind of what we're doing just a moment ago, but let's go ahead and I'll just hide the lower zone here quickly. So let's say I'll just hold down Control and Shift. All right, so if I wanted to delete the time, if I wanted to delete the information, it's there, backs. Let me just, so once I have that done, you could just choose to, so I just kind of hit the backspace. Let me see if something is. All right, so with the range, I could also come and under the range, if I have that selected, I could insert silence. So if I wanted to cut the time, I could get rid of those tracks there. From under the range tool, we could also choose to just, if I wanted to insert silence, and I'll take those selected parts and just kind of bump it out and put silence in there. We saw that, you could delete the area. And if I wanted to just duplicate that particular range, so let's say, okay, I want to take all these parts, I could select a range and just duplicate just by hitting Control or Command D. So, but there's all sorts of, if I wanted to take that part and keep only that part of the selected range, I could just come here under the range and choose to crop. And then until the next event, that will just kind of crop those events. So. Okay, reading through some comments. All right. Okay, so from Brianna says update 3 of the tracks were folder tracks and I've removed them, but now I still have a Groove Agent with no events. Okay, so sometimes if you have a Groove Agent track, so let's say if I've come here to the VSTI and I have Groove Agent in a rack. Okay, so sometimes I think, let's see. So you could always try to right click and choose to remove selected tracks. You could do that, but another way of doing it, if you see the Groove Agent in your rack, or if you hit F11, kind of have that mapped wrong. All right, so and if I hit in the rack, you could just come here and choose no VST instrument, Brianna, and I think that will also kind of get rid of the track. So if I have, so try that. I'll just do it on a new project because I had a Groove Agent on there. All right, so if it's added in a rack, and there's some minor distinctions between these. So I add this, and I see the Groove Agent here. Try to just set this to no VST instrument, and you'll see that you may just have the particular instrument return channel. So try just in the actual track laid out for you here, just set this. So we see these particular tracks. I see Groove Agent SE there. So click there, say no VST instrument, and you'll see this disappear. So give that a shot, Brianna. Thanks for the update. Okay. Okay. So seeing discussion about the tab key for copying. Maybe let's just try something here. Might be the command, maybe a shared copy. All right, so I'm just going to come over here. Let's get to So I'm not sure. I think this is so with the tab and the copy. So I'm just kind of reading through. So I wonder if when you say the copy, I'm not sure if it's maybe the copy symbol. So if I have a particular part here, and then let's say if I hit, I think it's Control K, that you could do a shared copy. So say if I do shared copies, then, so I'm not sure if this is the particular symbol that you want. So if you're doing like a shared copy of an event, so if you just come here, let's say, so I'm not sure if it's just making a copy of that while holding down the Alt, holding down the Alt Shift key, Alt or Option plus Shift, that will make a shared copy. So I'm not sure if that's what you mean by that, but just let us know. So, but Rabo, so I've never used a tab key as kind of a copy key. So, so maybe if you could give some more information. Sorry if I'm misunderstanding. Okay, so we have 2 questions. If you want to create an automation regarding effects, let's say channel 279, but you want in a particular area that effect at X range and in rest different, how do you proceed? Okay. Okay, so let's say if I just want to do quick automation. Okay, so let's say I have like a couple quick vocal vamps here. And I wanted to just do some effect automation. All right, so let's say we'll just play. All right, so I'll just add an effects channel track to this. Let's add a delay. Let's make it quarter note delay. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open up my main channel view. Okay, and what I'm going to do is as we play, maybe I wanted to just automate a particular portion of the file. So click on W and R here. So click on W, and as so let's say I just will come here and say, so say I don't want any effect to start. So you could do automation like that. So if you say, okay, I want the automation to just kind of turn on and off. So say,
Are we there yet? Are we here alone again?
so that's how you could do it if you wanted to automate the effects ends. Some people will also just kind of do direct offline processing. So I could take just, let's say if I don't have this effect turned on and I want it just to have a delay just on a particular word. So I'm going to select just a range here, go to my offline processing, or just I could actually just select plugins. And let's choose my mono delay. And I'll say, okay, I want this to be a dotted quarter delay. And what this will do is it will just kind of process that particular file with the effect without having to do any automation.
Are we here alone again?
So let's say if I wanted to make this like a shorter delay, so I could just add a plugin or just maybe just add like maybe a flanger just on that one word. So I'll just come here, let's add a flanger, and I'll make it kind of fast. So now when we have our delay that's going to be kind of cascaded.
Are we here alone again?
So you could do that without having to do any automation, just kind of process that particular file. So. Okay, so we have a question. Is there any way to remove white MIDI notes from a MIDI event? For example, any notes not visible in the event. If you record and shorten the event, you still see the notes there. Okay, so let's go ahead and recreate this. All right, so I will. Okay, so let's say at this point, we look at our events. So I will show this in just the editor. Okay, so we see when we have our events, and I've changed the boundaries of the part so that now it's only going to include these notes. And these notes are now kind of not within the part itself. So when we look at the part here, we can see that this has been shortened. So let's see if we could delete those notes outside of the boundary. See if we could maybe do it in the logical editor. Just seeing if the position was maybe. All right, so now you can see everything we can see the part borders indicated here. So we want to kind of delete notes outside of the part borders. Just seeing if there's. All right, so not seeing a way. I was just seeing, let me just try. I don't see a way of doing it in a logical editor. I may play around with it some more after the hangout, but let's see if we do maybe in a project logical editor. See if there's anything in there that kind of leads to this. or let me just try one other thing. So if we maybe activate delete overlaps, which is activated. So if I come here, so I don't know of a way of doing it off the top of my head, but I've kind of run into that situation before as well. But if you want to send me an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de, I could play around with it a little more, and maybe we could, if I find something, I could show it on Friday's Hangout. So you send me an email, Jake. All right. Okay, so we have a question. Is there a way to render a MIDI track to audio to save processing power? Okay, so yeah, it's all you have to do is, you could do it a number of different ways. One is you could click on this snowflake icon here, and you could freeze the instrument. That would freeze it. And then that would automatically just play back the audio file. You could also choose to render in place, and you could do the render in place for multiple instruments from the edit menu. So if I have just the track selected, I could come over here to let's choose render in place. So I'll go to my render settings, so I could automatically disable the source tracks, and I could have different levels of settings with effects or master effects, say render. And now when I do that, the source track is disabled, so it's not taking any CPU or memory, and then I have my audio file right there. Okay, so we have a question. Are there any LFOs for modulating things in Cubase other than just automating movement in the MIDI editor? So yeah, you could definitely do it. Let me see. I might have a project here. I'll probably have this set up incorrectly, but I have a whole video kind of on this, on the Steinberg Q&A video series. Let me see if I have the... All right, so if you wanted to take, different components, and I'll probably forget how to do this. It could be a little tricky, but if you go to, your MIDI insert, so let's say if I just want it to come... So I'm going to have my LFO here is just a MIDI insert. So I could have my panning, so basically MIDI CC10. And I could activate another LFO here. And that's just going to do the panning, but also CC7. Just on that particular part. So if I wanted to come here... And here I could have this actually kind of modulate just the instrument itself. So here the cutoff is being modulated through the MIDI inserts. So if I turn that off, so I'll just look at the settings of this LFO here. So I can say I want this to be eighth notes. So you could have this automatically kind of feed, your different instruments or different insert effects. Or if you want to do like. So, check out the Auto Elfo plugin as a MIDI insert, and you can do some very creative things with that. All right, good to see Ian Rushmore on the Hangout. All right, so a question from JVI. Last time you showed us how to sort tracks left, mid, right for mixer and lower zone, but when I make the low zone open in a separate window, it's all gone. Any way to remedy this? All right, so in the kind of the nature of Steinberg development, we have the visibility settings here for the zones where we could say I always want like my let me just add a number of tracks here for demonstration purposes. Okay, so if I always want my master fader to be fixed to the right-hand side, I could click on visibility and then click here. Now, these settings for the lower zone, you may not want when you go to like the larger mixer. So when you go to the larger mixer, these settings are independent. So again, we go to the visibility to zones, and those are kind of independent because you can see more activity here versus what you're seeing there. So those two, the functionality is the same, but they are designed by intention to be independent. But it's really just, one or two mouse clicks, and you could be all set to where you were. So. All right, good to see Grant Nicholas on the Hangout. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so hey Greg, I always accidentally click. Let me clear my throat. I always accidentally click the volume automation line when the automation lane is open, and it never lets me return to the original value, not even in history. Do you know a workaround? All right, so let's say I'm playing this particular project here, and I moved, my automation line. So let's say I have a value here. So there, when if I've moved the value here, so I'm not sure if you're tied in with automation, but let's say I'll just come here, let's say to our drums. Okay, so I will adjust here. So, I'm not sure if it's being automated or you're just kind of moving it. So if you want to get back to the original value, you could click on Control and click, and that will take you back to 0 dB. If you've moved it like from the fader, you could hit Alt or Option Z. So let's say if I come here and I moved it a whole bunch of times, and I can now just hit Alt or Option Z to just kind of go back to where I was. Let's say if I do this for a number of different tracks, and that way you have kind of a separate undo history for the automation. So, try that as well. But kind of the mix console and the automation is a separate history. So instead of like Control or Command Z, it might be Alt or Option plus Z. Okay, so I think we have maybe more understanding of what Robbo's asking for the alt or option key when dragging. So, if you select the event, hold down the alt or option key before you let go of the mouse, hold the left mouse button down, and then hold down the alt or option key. You could also just grab it by the edge, center edge, or if you hold down alt or option to the lower left-hand corner, you'll see it kind of turn into a pencil as you do this. Then you could make copies. So it could be when you when you hit the alt or option and release the mouse. So once you kind of get the mechanics of it, you should be good to go. All right. So last week I asked about groups, VCAs, a drum bus with a compressor on it, sending individual drums to a reverb and be able to control the whole kit's level with one fader. Your answer was to put the drum bus and drum tracks to a VCA, but you missed the fact that moving the VCA would result in changing the input levels to the group compressor. Any thoughts? So I'm not sure if you have tried setting the drum bus to, maybe to a post. If you're doing it to pre or post fader, tried to toggle that, like as we discussed last week. So give that see if that makes a difference for you. And I think maybe toggling the status of pre post fader for your inserts will help. And I see just kind of a further point on a console, VCAs trim the outputs from faders without moving them, letting you do the kind of trick I'm trying to do. All right, so yeah, give that a shot with the toggling the pre-post fader on the inserts. Okay, hi Greg. Export audio mixdown window, multiple channel selection. Is there a way to reset the selections? That is to untick the selected tracks. All right, so let me come over here. Okay, so I want to. Okay, so let's say if I have a number of channels selected when I do a multi, and do we want to reset those? All right, so depending if you don't have any of the channels selected, like on the project window, try hitting the sync selection to channel track selection and then turn that on and off, and that looks like it resets it. So if I have that and I don't want to go through like 300 tracks and do that, maybe just do that, and that seems to give you kind of a fresh, clean slate. Okay, we see Pablo's getting dinner. He's probably done now. All right. You see that Gareth is famous, according to Michael Teams. That's good. Okay. Okay, so just see comment from J Rock Nurse. I don't use many synth sounds. I write and record 60s rock. This is for myself. I no longer work. I enjoy these teaching casts. If I learn something that I might use, that'd be groovy. So there are a lot of synths for that, but there's classic synths if you want to do like Hammonds and all that great stuff. But if you're doing like 60s rock, definitely check out like the plugins, some of the audio plugins. Obviously synthesizers weren't as prominent then, but if you start getting into some of the plugins that you would kind of use, so check out some of the like the VST amp rack for guitar parts, so you have different cabinets and amplifier combinations. You'll have the VST bass amp as well under distortion. So, really great, for, if you want that kind of classic Ampeg tone, you could come right over here, and that's kind of the Ampeg tone dialed in. I'm an Ampeg snob myself. And if you want, the classic, analog tape type of sound, grungealize, Magneto is really wonderful. If you wanted to add like, crackle and pops and noise, if your recording is too much, too clean and digital, and you want kind of more vintage vibe, check out, Grungealizer plugin. And here you could actually hear, like hum, and you could switch between 50 or 60 cycles. So Euro hum, American hum, or noise, record crackle. So there's all sorts of stuff to mess up your sound as well inside of Cubase. So even if you don't do any synth stuff, like the classic traditional consoles and vintage compressors, tube compressors are all there to get you that the sound that you want for 60s style production. So okay, so we see Jeff Zabelski's. He hit the like button, so that's great. Appreciate that. Okay. Michael Teams wants to know who hit the dislike, so maybe it's okay. Sometimes I get a thumbs down before we even start, so I always find that interesting. Maybe they're mad from the last live stream. Okay, so we have a question. I work with rappers who bring in a 2-track MP3 beat a lot. I need to find and set the project BPM to the MP3. Can you show the different ways to do this with either the Warp tool or other ways? So let's say I'll just do a new project quickly. Okay, so let's say I have this particular file in, and I'll just, let's say I don't know what tempo it is. So when I play back the file, so if you can count the beats, if you say, okay, this is, we listen to it, say 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so let's say 4 beats for that. You could go to project. There's a couple, several different ways, but if it's just like a pretty steady loop, you could go to the beat calculator and say this is 4 beats, and it will tell you it's 78.56 beats per minute. And we can say at tempo track start, And now our tempo track has been adjusted to automatically match that tempo. So when I put on, it's automatically aligned. So try going to just select it, count the beats, and just go to your beat calculator, and that should take care of it for you. All right, so we had some people that had sent questions in, a couple questions. I want to make sure we get to those. Thanks for all the wonderful questions. I hope everyone's learned something. Okay. So I think this is from Dennis Daring, who's on a Hangout. Wondering if there's a quick way to create a printable Nashville-style chord chart from chord track or MIDI track. Not a number chart, but real chord symbols. Okay, so let's go ahead and... so you could do this if you have like you could, put chords in, obviously, but if you have a chord track itself. So let me just come here to this project. Okay, so I'm just going to add a quick instrument part here, just some MIDI data, and I'm just going to double click. And we have a chord track here where all the chords have been kind of laid out in our project window, which is always a good thing, even if you're not, because what you could do now is I'm going to take this particular part, and I just created kind of a blank, empty MIDI part. And I'm going to go into my score editor. And what I'm going to do now is from my scores menu, we could say show chord track. Now the chord track has been laid out for us. And if I come to my scores menu also, we could say rhythmic notation. And I can say show rhythmic, so I don't want to necessarily print out a bunch of rests because it's often what musicians don't see, but we could also just show rhythmic notation. And if you get to the point where, like you say, okay, here I just wanted to put in, like different rhythmic values, you could put those in as well. So, but you could just come right there, and once you have that done, you could zoom in and out, and that could be your chord chart done really easily. Okay, so from Johnny Diaz, who I believe is on the Hangout, what is the proper way of healing a cut or audible punch in an audio take? Sometimes I select the region where the punch in is and press the X for the crossfade. The X comes to the left of the cut and not to the middle where it's supposed to be. Any reason for that? All right, so let's say if I've just done... all right, so let's say if I'm here and I'll do just a quick punch in. So let's say just on this particular track, my vocal.
Guess all along I was so not.
All right, so I punched in.
Now you're packing boxes, ready to leave.
Okay, so all right, so I think this is kind of the same scenario. So there is an auto fades setting. And you could see this right on the particular window. So you could do like crossfades if you need to. But what I would do is just apply the auto fade settings. And you have auto fade ins, auto fade outs, and crossfades. And this doesn't necessarily apply or write the fade file in, but as it plays back, when it gets to the end of a region, it will do a slight fade out, and you could set the amount of time. I think it defaults to 10 milliseconds. And do a slight fade in or a slight crossfade automatically on playback. So make sure to activate the auto fades settings. All right, so question. Hi, Greg. I saw your last Hangout. Noticed you searching for duplicate track. This happens to me all the time, having to look for certain function longer than I would like to. Perhaps it would be practical by means of a shortcut. We could toggle between normal and alphabetical order of all functions underneath a menu. I hope my English is good enough so you understand what I'm trying to say. Your English is great. Thank you. Much better than any language, second language I could type in as a ignorant American. So that when I select, for instance, audio, I could use my shortcut. All the functions underneath the menu audio are arranged in alphabetical order. The alphabetical order could be based on the main word in text, not simply based on the first word of the text, because the first word could easily be irrelevant. Thanks for all the great hangouts. Yeah, so sometimes I think last hangout when I was trying to duplicate a track, I had an event selected, and then sometimes depending on like what you have selected, you may not have different functions. So it's really kind of more of an operator error on my part. But I'll mention that. I'm not sure. It could be a lot of work, for stuff. And we have many people that just kind of, trigger everything from tablets and, key commands. But I'll mention that. It's a good idea. And thank you for passing that along. All right, let's go back to our live feed. We have a couple more minutes. All right, so we have about 5 minutes left before we wrap up, and we'll be again doing this hangout on Friday at the same time. Thanks to everyone for all the wonderful questions. Okay. All right, just reading through. So I just see from Ali question about showing automation with triggering and press show used on the automation panel works because I only use the automations which were used and still have to play the trigger. It's not that hard to do, just playing and triggering automation, but just wanted to know if there's a way to show third-party plugins without playing them. So sometimes, different functions. Let me see if I have... part of a lot of VST3 plugins can have kind of a little function. I'm not sure if this will help, but let's come over here. Okay, so let's say I have this towel plugin. All right, let me just... Okay, so when I come here, so a lot of VST3 plugins, and it's kind of up to the developer, and doesn't look like this one does it, but a lot of plugins, I don't think it's fixed to Steinberg, so sometimes not every aspect of the plugin specification is controlled. But if you don't know this trick, so let's say if I'm here on a particular parameter, you could right click and show the automation track. So I think it's a function of VST3 that allows you to do that, but there could be that a lot of plugin developers haven't developed that. So I don't think it's limited by Steinberg or work only with Steinberg, because we generally don't do that stuff. Sorry, my timeline just jumped up on me. just trying to. Okay, so I may have lost some questions. Sorry about that. So question, I also have encountered issues with the alignment tool trying to align two rhythm guitar tracks. It just messed up the tempo. Maybe it isn't designed to be used with nothing besides vocals. So, I did it with a guitar part earlier, and I've, done it with other tracks, and it's seemed to work well. So. Okay. Hi, Greg. New to this, when I record bass, I record dry and with effects and link the two. When I quantize the two, all sorts of phasing issues arise. Solution for this. So, if you're recording through plugins, that plugin chain will have latency. So what I would do, if you have, if you're recording it through software plugins and recording it direct, the first thing I would do, is just kind of manually align. So let's say if I'm on like my vocal track here, I would just kind of zoom in. And if this was ever so slightly off, let's say, I move this over, I'll just do by milliseconds. I would, just kind of find a particular transient spot and I would just kind of line it up visually because that's really easy to do. Rather than having to do all sorts of other processes, but know that when you are recording with effects, with a software-based effect, it's going to add to latency. So, if you really need to do that on input, or could it be applied after and you could avoid kind of the whole latency phenomena. All right, I see that I'm late, so I'm going to go ahead and get wrapped up. We'll see everyone on Friday. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy, and send your questions to clubcubase@steinberg.de. Please take care, and we'll talk to you soon.